Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be in London, and my sincere thanks to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United Kingdom to invite me and give me the honor to be with you. During these 2 days, we are going to reflect together on the issues of marriage, family, and parenting. I realize that majority of you here are very young compared to myself. And some of you are married, and some of you are getting ready to marry, and some have been married recently. But issues of marriage, family, and parenting cannot be separated from each other, because we are all products of our families. So our families have impacted us. We are all individuals who have been affected by the mode of parenting that we have received. And all of us, as individuals who will get married or are married, we will be affected by what we have experienced and what we will do ourselves. So these three issues are totally interconnected with each other and apply to all ages and to everybody. So that's one aspect of this workshop that we should keep in mind. Marriage, family, and parenting are interconnected processes. The second thing is that this is a learning occasion, not a therapeutic occasion. We are here together to learn about the characteristics of a healthy marriage, of a healthy family, of a healthy process of parenting. What does it mean to have a healthy marriage, family, and so forth? This is important because of many reasons, the most important of which is that marriages and families in our times are going through very difficult time. And actually, throughout history of humanity, the institutions of marriage and family have been not fully and completely evolved and developed. At the core of that, of course, has been the issue of inequality, men and women. Human history never had known a civilization in which men and women have been equal. And because of that, marriages of different societies and different cultures have had characteristics of their own, but have been negatively affected by the lack of equality in the context of marriage. Now, the other thing is that we live now in times in which many people have rejected the concept of marriage. Many have decided that marriage can be of many different kinds, and also could be temporary rather than permanent. So the institution of the marriage is going through profound change and crisis in our times. And in the context of these processes, we encounter the teachings of the Baha'i faith that places the marriage and family central to the life of both the individual and the community, emphasizes that this is the eternal institution that has always existed and will always exist, calls upon us all to get married, gives us direction of what marriage can be, how it should be, and many of those are not totally in harmony with the current views in our world. So as such, Baha'is are oddballs in this world. Many of our ideas are not progressive in the context of the materialistic societies that we live. We have very different ideas about marriage and family. And we have to try to understand the nature and dynamics of the Baha'i marriage, Baha'i family, and to see how we can live in those contexts, in the larger context of our society. Okay? Now, in order to understand the fundamentals of marriage and family, first we have to understand ourselves as human beings. Who are we as human beings? What are we as human beings? Why are we? What is the purpose of the whole thing as a human being? And in order to do that, we have to connect with the very source of our being. And of course, the source of our being is that reality within us, which has many names, many different names, but it is one reality. It is called soul, it is called the spirit, it is called mind, it's called consciousness. It has different names. In psychology, it's called psyche. These are all the same. These are different names of the same reality of what a human being is. Human beings are not the physical elements and components of our body, because these physical components we can change. We can change, we can transplant, we can have, one of the ladies here has an ironed knee. We can be all kind of, bodies, but it is the mind, it is the soul that becomes fundamental in determining who we are as human beings. But soul is a very nebulous phenomena in general when you think about it. So we have to understand it more concretely to see what do we mean when we say human consciousness or human mind or human soul or human spirit. What do we mean by that? And one of the best ways of going about it is to reflect on the powers of the human soul. And the powers of human soul are three. First is the capacity to know. Human beings are lovers of knowledge. We have to know. That's why you are all here. You are hopeful that you will learn something new. Hopeful. Okay? You have come here because you want to know. When people see each other, you say, how are you? What is new? Because you want to know. All sciences and arts are expressions of human need to know. Not only that, Baha'u'llah tells us that we have been created to know. right? We have been created to know. So one of the capacities of human knowledge, a human soul, is to know. The second capacity that we have is the capacity to love. These are all equally important. It's not one more important than the other, okay? They are equally important. Again, we human beings are born as lovers. We have to love, and we need to be loved. And our lives become meaningless if we do not have love. So love is the central power of the human soul. And we have to learn how to develop our capacity to love. How we become individuals who are capable of all-encompassing and conditional universal love. How can we become recipients of love? So this we need to know. Nobody teaches us usually about these things. There is no school that you can go and to learn about how to love. There are schools that you go and to learn how to cook, but not how to learn to love. Or how to drive. Yes, there is a school. But how to love, we don't have it. So we need to establish occasions in which we together learn about how to love, what is love, and what is a healthy love relationship, and how we can create it, and how can we make ourselves lovable, and how can we love others in a healthy manner. That's the second power of the human soul. The first one is to know. The second is to love. And the third human capacity is the capacity to choose, the human will. We all have the capacity to choose, the choices that we have. Actually, the capacity to choose is central to the process of becoming a human being. What distinguishes human beings from all other living beings is that not only we have the capacity to know at the highest level among those that live in this planet, and the capacity to love in manifold ways, but also the capacity to choose how to use our knowledge and how to express our love. And that's our human will. So the knowledge, love, and will are the three powers of the human soul. And we all have those powers. All humanity are one in the context of their three fundamental capacities. In other words, all humanity evolve and live their lives around the axis of knowledge, love, and will. Everything that we do in life, everything that we experience in life, are the outcome of these three processes. Okay. Now that we have some idea about the powers of human soul, then we have to see how these powers are used in everyday life. How do we use them in everyday life? Because for those friends who are in this audience who are the members of the Baha'i faith, you will see that in different writings of the Baha'i faith, references are constantly made to these three powers: knowledge, love, and will. For example, in the Hidden Words, Baha'u'llah says, I knew, knowledge, I knew of my love for thee. God is speaking to humanity. Says, I, God, knew of my love for thee, therefore I created thee, which is the act of will. Act of will is the process of creation, right? Or, for example, at the beginning of the most holy book of the Baha'i faith, the Kitab Aqdas, the most holy book, you read that we have been created. The first duty that we have is to know the manifestation of God, which is knowledge, to obey manifestation of God and the teachings of God, which is will, and to do that because of love. Okay? That we just read it. Or for in obligatory prayers that we say every day, I say that we have been created to know God and to worship God. And worship is an expression of act of will in the context of love. So as you see, these three powers are constantly called upon in life to shape our way of existence, our manner of existence. So it is important for us to see how we function, how we use them, and how we develop these capacities. Now, in order to do that, I invite you to reflect on a concept. I'm going to share 2 or 3 concepts with you that are very fundamental for understanding how to develop our powers of soul. This first concept that I want to share with you is the concept of worldview. Worldview. Concept of world view. Human beings function through the prism of worldview. In other words, we all have a mindset, a way of looking at world and interpreting the world, which allow us to make sense of our life. When we talk about worldview, we are talking about 4 issues. View of reality. All of us have a view of reality, what we think is reality. Usually we don't think consciously about it. It is subconscious or unconscious. But we all have some idea of reality. Our view of human nature. We all have some idea about human nature. Our view of the purpose of life. We all have some idea of what is the fundamental purpose of life and our view of relationships. We all have some idea of what is good relationship. What are the parameters of good relationships? So when we talk about worldview, we are talking about our view of reality, our view of human nature, our view of the purpose of life, and our view of relationships. Now, most people have a dichotomous view of reality. What is dichotomous view of reality? The dichotomous view of reality is that most people think there are two sets of realities or multiple sets of realities in this world. Usually two sets. Good and bad. Okay, that is the good and evil. This idea of good and evil then is translated and transported to our view of human nature. Therefore, we decide that there are some good people, which is us, and bad people, which is them. Okay? And then we expand it. We say science and religion, they're opposites. Men and women are opposites. Black and white, citizens and strangers. We begin to divide, dichotomy. When we have a dichotomous view of reality, we also have a dichotomous of human nature. Okay? So we divide people, we divide religion and science, we divide the spirituality and the scientific principles. We put them at odds with each other. Everything becomes the arena of conflict. Okay? And when we have that view of dichotomous view, then and we see that the world is composed and comprised of good and bad, then our purpose in life becomes that we are going to be victorious over the bad. We are going to win. We are going to get ahead. We are going to do all the necessary things to protect us from the bad. And suddenly we live in a divided world. Everything becomes divided. Everything becomes divided. The inner life becomes divided, interpersonal life becomes divided, social life becomes divided, and human relationships become divided. So you see how fundamental is our worldview. And because every human being has a worldview, it is essential for us to understand our worldviews. Is that clear? Because these are difficult concepts, but I'm trying to share with you as clearly as I can. Okay? So far we have spoken about the powers of human soul to know, to love, and to will. And we will come back to these powers later again. And we have spoken about the fact that we all have a worldview. And we say that the worldview has 4 components. View of reality, of human nature, of the purpose of life, and of relationships. Now, We can then ask ourselves, are there many worldviews in this world? And you can answer that question in two ways. One way is say, yes, everybody has their own unique worldview. Because the worldviews develop as a result of the type of the families that we grow up in, the type of society that we grow up in, the type of education that we have, and the type of persons that we are. These all together create our worldview. Okay? So our worldview develops gradually, and we take him in, and within our worldview, everything becomes normal. You know? For example, I have glasses here, and they're clear. Now, this is my worldview. Now, if I change the color of my glasses to blue, and somebody says, how is the world? I say, well, the world is blue. Okay? And another person who has glasses that are yellow says, no, the world is not blue, the world is yellow. Because we are looking through our prisms, through our worldviews in the world. And that's the reason that when you talk with people, people have different worldviews. They see the same thing, but they understand it differently. And they translate it to reality differently. Okay? So that's the reason that it's so important for us to know what kind of a worldview we have. Now, in order to do that, we have to see what are the categories of worldview. And there are fundamentally three major categories of worldview. And as I talk about those, you will begin to identify your own worldview. Okay? Don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself, okay? Worldviews are private, okay? Keep it to yourself. But reflect deeply on your own worldview. The most common worldview throughout human history has emerged because of human fundamental weakness. And we are vulnerable beings. We are living in a world that is not safe. We live in a world that is not secure. And human beings, the first thing that they are concerned about is their survival. Survival in this world. Survival means that we need certain needs that if they are not met, we cannot survive. Needs such as food, shelter, medical help, the opportunity to create secure environments, and so forth. Just think of your ancestors, our ancestors. Think if you were living 70,000 years ago. We would be living in caves or in forests or in deserts. We were living in environments where there were no shelter, that we had to search for food, we had to fight for food, we had to kill animals for food. We were in a state of danger constantly. We would get sick and we wouldn't know what it was and we would die in the process. Just put yourself back there. So what do you think people, our ancestors, did? Well, what they did, they became preoccupied with their survival. the most important thing was to survive. Now, if you want to survive in a dangerous environment, what do you think you need the most?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Protection.
Protection. Well, our ancestors decided that if you live in a dangerous world, you need power. You need power. Power to protect yourself, power to fight with the danger. And at the beginning of life in society, power was physical, right? And because people focused on power as the avenue for safety, we began to create power-based societies, power-based worldviews. In other words, we began to say that the reality is that this world is dangerous. And what we need in this world the most is power. Okay? So the purpose of life becomes to acquire power. What are the different kinds of power? Physical power is one of them, right? Economic power, money, is another part of it. Political power, power of leadership, is another one. And power of knowledge is another one. These became the foci of power, the areas of power that society began to look at. And gradually we created the societies around the world that were power-based. Now, what are the characteristics of power-based society and a power-based family? Is that, first of all, whoever has more power is going to be in control. And who very more power? Men. Men, they said, we are powerful and we are going to take over. So say, we are going to be the kings. You have a queen here. But we are going to have kings. We are going to have priests who are men. We are going to have people of wealth who are usually men. And we are going to create a male-oriented, power-based, authoritarian society. And that became the picture of all societies around the world. The character of all societies around the world is that they are power-based, they are usually dominated by men, and in all areas, preference are given to the powerful. And the relationship, therefore, is that the powerful says to the powerless, I will take care of you if you, what?
Obey.
If you obey. If you're good, I take care of you. If you're bad, you're punished. This is the characteristic of a power-based worldview. Survival-based, power-based, authoritarian worldview has been the most common worldview in human history. And still we have societies around the world, and families around the world, and cultures around the world in which they function according to the principles of power-based worldview. Does that make sense? Of course, none of you are involved in that, but you know some people who are that way, right? Them. Yeah. Those who are not here, of course, they are power-based, authoritarian, from different cultures. Persians are not power-based, oh God forbid. Except those that are there. And, all of us are in that context. Okay? All right. So, the power-based process is parallel to the development of human consciousness at the level of childhood. In other words, it reflects the parent-child relationship. It reflects the parent who has the authority and knowledge and power, and the child who doesn't have the knowledge and the power. And therefore, the relationship is unequal. Okay? And the mindset is the mindset of adult-child relationship. And the mode of relationship is that the dominant person commands and the child obeys. Okay? Many societies are organized that way. Many religions are organized that way. Many families are organized that, for example, a man says, I am in control, I obey, I order, and you obey. Okay? Now, this type of relationship began to be rejected about 160, 200 years ago. Human societies in some parts of the world, particularly in the West, in this part of the world, began to say, no, we are not willing to accept this process any longer. We do not want to be ruled by authoritarian dictatorial leaders, be they governmental leaders, social leaders, men, and so forth. They began to reject that process. And a new era began to develop in human consciousness. And that new era corresponds with the adolescence at the individual level. And what are the main characteristics of adolescence? Well, what are the main preoccupations of adolescence?
Rebellion.
Yes, rebellion is one of them.
Independence.
Independence is another one. You see, adolescence is the age of establishing your identity of who you are, right? And identity means that you want to show your uniqueness. Every person is a unique person. So the adolescent person says, I want to show that I am unique and different from everybody else. It's the age of identity formation. The worldview becomes identity-based worldview. And in the context of the identity-based worldview, what do? We compete. Competition becomes a major mode of human relationships. Okay? In the context of forming identity, then we began to see movements. the whole issue of gender equality is expression of the awakening of women coming to the age of adolescence and saying, no longer we are going to accept the domination and be treated like children. So the whole movement for gender equality started with Tahirih and with others around the world in mid-80s. Okay, that began to happen. And then the parallel to that process, different races of humanity began to say, we don't accept to be second-class races. The whole issue of slavery, the fight about slavery, ending colonialism, rejecting the authority of religious leaders, especially in this part of the world. All of these were the process of humanity coming of age, humanity arriving to the full level of its adolescent mentality. And we created a world that has all the preoccupations of the adolescent age. Everybody says that they are the best. They are the smartest, they are the cutest, they are the most beautiful, they are the most handsome, they are the most this, the most that. If not, we put all kinds of things over ourselves to make us that way. We have to be unique, we have to be different, right? Our shoes are different, blue jeans are different, you name it. Everything has to become unique. Nations began to fight with each other. We began to have the period of nationhood. Nationhood was the emergence of the collective age of adolescence of humanity. Competition became a virtue. Survival of the fittest became the norm. Capitalism, adversarial democracy, modes of government, multi-party modes of government, all of these are characteristics of adolescent age. Now, the whole world lives collectively within the framework of either authoritarian power-based mindset, worldview, or adolescent adversarial conflicted power struggle based worldview. And it is in this context that marriages and families have been affected very, very deeply. Marriages, there is enormous degree of fight and argument and power struggle between men and women in marriages, between parents and children in marriages, in families. There is an enormous degree of breaking of rules and regulations and laws and disregard of standards of morality and so forth. All of these are characteristics of where humanity is now with regard to its collective worldview. And we are affected by that worldview. We cannot help it. If we are not aware of the process, we will be automatically putting the same glasses on and see the world in the same way. So consequently, when we reflect, we will see that some of us have primarily a power-based authoritarian worldview, and some of us have primarily an adolescent power struggle competitive worldview, and usually a combination of the two. Usually is a combination of one and the other. And these are the prevailing views everywhere. And it shows in our families, it shows in the way that we conduct consultation, it shows in the way that we make decisions, it shows in the way we organize our societies, it shows everywhere. These are prevailing worldview everywhere. And the whole world is emerging now towards the adolescent worldview. And therefore it's not surprising that the guardian of the Baha'i faith, Shaykh Effendi, says, we are in the latter stages of our collective adolescence. The whole humanity is in the latter stages of collective adolescence. So the two prevailing worldviews are worldview about power-based worldview, authoritarian power-based, or adversarial power struggle, competitive worldview. These are the two worldviews. And when you have these worldviews, then your view of reality changes, your view of human nature is affected, your view of the purpose of life is affected. For example, if I have an adversarial power struggle based worldview, an identity based worldview trying to prove myself the best, then what would be the purpose of my life?
To be better than them.
My purpose of my life will be to win, to get ahead of everybody else, right? That would be my purpose, to win. Okay? Now I can win in two ways. Either I can win by becoming excellent, or I can win by making that person weak. Okay? Competition. Competition in a positive direction or a negative direction. But nevertheless, the purpose would be that I am going to focus on myself. I am going to make sure that I am ahead of everybody else. And that's the main thing. All right. If my purpose is around the authoritarian mode, I'm going to live my life in a manner that I would be able to control others. I am going to command and control. And I'm going to take power in my hands and make sure that everybody obeys me. Okay? This becomes the ways of relating. And we see these things showing in themselves in the context of the family and marriage and parenting. Now, if we study the writings of the Baha'i Faith, we will see that these two modes of worldview and behavior are rejected. And we are called upon to change our worldview. So the next thing that we want to do, you see, that is how we are going to change our worldview. And what kind of a worldview we have to adopt, okay? But before we do that, let's see whether you have any questions and comments. And have a little bit of discussions. And in order to make it rather orderly, there are microphones here. I suggest that you pick up the microphone and speak so that everybody can hear you. And we have a little bit of discourse and dialogue. I don't want to be one way only. That would become very authoritarian. That's not good. So let's communicate a little bit. how long the adolescent age lasts. Well, in our world today, about 62 years. What I have noticed that many people stay in the stage of adolescence forever. Some stay in the stage of first level and some in the second level. These phases are not as much related to period of time as much as they are related to level of consciousness. Development takes place on the axis of consciousness. The only thing that evolves and develops is human consciousness, human capacity to know, to love, and to will. Material things don't evolve, don't develop. Material things create more complex states of being. But changing from one state of being to another state of being is the characteristic of consciousness, you see. And therefore, in order for an individual or a family or a society to move from one level, one phase to the next phase to the next phase, it means developing new worldviews, new understanding of one's own worldview and how this worldview can be expanded, it can be broadened, can be modified, okay? So we talked about two prevailing worldviews that we have in our world and we have experienced that far primarily. These two worldviews were the power-based authoritarian worldview and the identity-based adversarial worldview. There are other characteristics of these worldviews that we didn't touch upon them, and they all have been written in one of my books. Later I tell you about it, and you may want to refer to them because we wouldn't have the time to go through this process. Usually when I talk about a worldview for training purposes, usually we talk about it for 3 days. And here we are going to talk about it for 2-3 hours. So it has to be compressed, okay? Now, before we talk about yet another worldview, the third phase, we have to talk about another concept. And that is the concept of unity. Unity, as you know, is one of the central teachings of the Baha'i faith. The Baha'i teachings revolve around the issue of unity. And therefore, it is essential that we have a deeper understanding of the concept of unity. Okay. Now, reflect on this concept. Unity is the main law of existence. In other words, everything that exists is the outcome of the operation of law of unity. For example, the physical world, which is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and all the elements that we have become aware of them, that forces in this world, all of them are interconnected with each other through the law of unity. Okay? If you have an atom which has a nucleus and neutrons and so forth, and they go in a state of unity together, evolve and function. And if you disrupt the unity of atom, what happens? You have exactly atomic explosion. Atomic explosion is when the unity of the atom is taken away. Why? Because existence is dependent on unity. Think of your body. Human body is comprised of many molecules, cells, organs, processes, all of them operating through the law of unity, which means diverse elements coming together, creating a new entity. This is the definition of unity. Unity means convergence of different, diverse entities, two or more entities, to create a new entity. Okay? Usually of a higher level. Think again of yourself. The beginning of your being in this world was when the ovum and the sperm of the parents came together in a state of unity in the context of the womb of our mothers, and here we are. That was a signal act of unity. Now, if there have been millions of ovum or millions of sperms, but no ovum or no, the other one didn't exist, we wouldn't be here. We needed two diverse entities, an ovum and a sperm, in order to create a coming together of the act of unity. And here we are. Think of your body, as I mentioned. Human body is the most profound example of the law of unity. Your brain, your heart, your lungs, kidneys, nose, toes, all of them are integrated with each other. They function as a whole. Diverse components have come together and have created your being as you are. Imagine if you were only one big brain and nothing else. Or one big heart pumping, boom, 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 and nothing else. Or lungs, Imagine if you were that. No. We are what we are because of these diverse elements coming together. This is the beauty of unity, because unity takes place always in the context of diversity. Okay? Always. Diverse elements. And this is fundamental to remember. Now, unity is the cause of life. In other words, it is through unity that life begins, and it is through unity that life is preserved. So life is unity and unity is life. They are interconnected. You cannot separate each other. You cannot, for a moment, live without the operation of law of unity. So, because of that, whenever the law of unity is not fully observed, then you have conflict. Conflict is absence of unity. Conflict is absence of unity. And when you have in a marriage, in a family, in a relationship, in a society, conflict, you cannot resolve conflict unless you learn how to create unity. So a true process of conflict resolution is a process of unity creation. So we have to learn the ways of creating unity. Okay? This issue of law of unity then becomes fundamental in the context of marriage. In the context of marriage, unity becomes fundamental because marriage is the very act of unity of two diverse individuals to create a new entity, which is marriage. Okay? And out of this marriage, then comes new creativity, which is the family, children, and so forth. Because the act of unity by itself is a creative process. Whenever you create unity, you're engaged in creativity. You're engaged in creating new things. And the things that you create are usually of higher level. Okay? So, keeping in mind the concept of unity, then we can talk about the third worldview that has been the subject of our discussion so far this morning. Remember, we said the most prevalent worldviews thus far in human societies have been power-based, authoritarian worldview and identity-based adversarial worldview. Now the world of humanity is entering a new phase. And this new phase is the phase of unity-based worldview. New phase. And we already see the signs of movement of humanity towards unity. There are two ways that humanity moves towards unity. There are two ways that worldviews are changed. Okay? Worldviews change either through calamities or through new insights. In other words, people would not change their worldviews unless they are pushed. Some people change it by understanding new things. You know, sometimes you come across a new idea, and suddenly your whole world changes. Worldview and everything changes. For those of us who have become Baha'is in this room, okay? especially those who discovered the Baha'i faith on their own rather than having it from their parents, once you become a Baha'i, suddenly your whole worldview changes. You suddenly see the whole universe, the operation of universe in a new way. Why people is changing worldview? There are several reasons. One, because worldview gives us the sense of self. It defines us. Our worldview defines us. They tell us who we are. It becomes a part of our identity, of who we are. And therefore, it is very difficult to change it because we are afraid that if we change our worldview, we change ourselves. That's the reason that traditions become so deeply rooted. That's the reason that human societies constantly try to keep their ways of life. But the laws of development demand that we change. Life by itself is a progressive process, and it demands change. And therefore, human societies have to go through change. Human individuals have to go through the change. And if resist the change, then the change would happen through calamities. How? In other words, what would happen is that the life situation becomes so difficult that we have to change. We function in certain ways, and it works and works and works, and then reaches to the point that no longer works. And then you have to change, you know? This dramatically happened in the context of modern marriages. Modern, you know, good old days, they were good old days for men, okay? Good old days for men were the time that the man says, lady, this is the way we do it. And the lady will say, yes, yes, Your Honor, we do it that way, okay? They obeyed. It was so good. But times changed. And suddenly women said, no. What do you mean, no? You're a woman, you have to say yes. No. And that was the era of chaos in the marriage, right? The marriages suddenly became chaotic. Women would say, no. And then you say, okay, I punish you. No, you can't, because as soon as you punish them, they either leave you or they go to the police or they do all kinds of things. And you realize, okay, it's not going to work. The old ways don't work. So you have to develop a new way. Okay? You have to develop a new way. And this is the way what is happening right now. We are in a transition period. And always transition periods are the periods that put a lot of demand and bring a lot of chaos in the situation. So human societies would not change, and human individuals would not change their worldviews unless they are pressed to do it. And in our world, we see that process happening at the collective level at an alarming level of violence. What has been happening during the first, you see, look what happened in Europe. Okay? First World War and Second World War and a number of other wars in between. Okay? These wars all were placed in this highly developed technologically and scientifically and ideologically part of the world. They created the most barbaric act of violence. And all of these countries that they were so proud of who they were, we are Germans, we are French, we are British, we are this, we are that, all of them finally, after all of these calamities, said, let's create a union. We call it European Union. Okay? Why? Because the movement of the history is toward unity. First World and Second World War resulted in creation of United Nations. Why? Because we're beginning to realize that we have to move towards unity. All the organizations that are happening in the world right now around issue of economics, issue of health, issue of environment, all of them are indications of gradual awareness of humanity that we have to no longer violate the law of unity. We have to learn the ways of unity so that we can save this planet environmentally. For example, what the environmental movement means and says, it says the earth is but one country, right? That's what it says. The whole environmental movement is the enunciation in action of the principle that the earth is but one country, which Baha'u'llah said it in 1863. Okay? The whole movements around economic situation that take place in this world, about the health issues that take place in this world, everything that is happening, the internet, the media, the modes of transportation, economic interdependence, all of these pushing humanity towards unity. Realization that our destiny is interconnected. The movements that are taking place for equality, men and women, different races, different nations, and so forth, is the same dynamics and the same principles. So the whole world is moving towards unity. And the societies that resist that, resist change, they go through a period of chaos. So what we saw in Vietnam, in Korea, in China, during the world wars in Japan and all other countries, then we saw it in the Arab world, and now we're seeing it taking over all Arab world, what is happening in Africa, in India, and between India and Pakistan, and all of these conditions that you see around the world. They are processes that push humanity towards unity. So the more conscious we become of law of unity, the easier becomes the transition from the authoritarian, power-based, and adversarial, identity-based worldviews to unity-based worldview. Okay? When we create a united family, or a united society, or a united world, that doesn't mean that you change your identity, you lose your identity. Rather, it means that you expand your identity. In other words, instead of having a limited identity, you begin to have more universal identity. So you become a Japanese and a citizen of the world, a British and a citizen of the world. And in the context of men and women, this law of unity is making men more feminine and women more masculine, so that eventually we develop equilibrium in our personalities as human beings, so that we would have equal level of a feminine and masculine qualities in our beings, rather than being macho on the one hand and with delicate, breakable people on the other hand. We become whole human beings. Law of unity helps us as individuals to become whole, to become complete human beings. In Persian language, insan kamil, We have to become whole human beings. And you cannot become a whole human being unless you create unity in all areas of your life, including unity between the qualities of masculine and feminine, right brain and left brain, all aspects, creativity and rationality and objectivity and all the different ways of knowing and being that we are. You see? So you see how fundamental is this process of development of a unity-based worldview.
Can you please repeat it again with the last
Too late. Yeah. I hardly ever can repeat myself. However, I have these written in different books and so forth. And also, you notice they are videotaping this, and they are going to make it available. And you can have it, and you can go back to it. And but the whole process and dynamics of creating a unified approach, a unity-based approach to life is one of the greatest challenges that every one of us have. First, we have to understand what is the law of unity, and then we have to see how we can create unity. Now, unity has to take place at a number of levels, okay? The first level is to create inner unity. How do you create inner unity? You see, most of the time, people have inner conflict, right? Very few people have inner peace. See? How you create inner peace? How you create inner unity? Well, in order to create inner unity, first you have to create unity between the powers of the soul. In other words, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions have to be in harmony with each other. Most of the time, we think one thing, we feel another thing, and we do a third thing. And we feel disunited. We feel uncomfortable. For example, many of you right now say, you know, I wish he would stop talking so that I can go out in nice out and beautiful. But at the same time, say, well, I have to stay, you know, inner disunity. The whole idea of creating inner unity is to learn how to bring our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions together. Now, feelings are the barometers of our state of love. In other words, different feelings are indicators of our state of love. When we are in a positive, healthy state of love relationship, we feel calm, we feel assured, we feel happy, we feel joyous, we are with it. Thought about that. What are your fundamental ethical principles? Now, whatever those ethical principles are, there is one other condition necessary for you to be truly in a state of inner peace, inner unity. And that means that your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions have to be in harmony with each other, and in harmony with your principles, and your principles have to be universal. They have to be inclusive, not exclusive. Because as soon as you exclude some people from the domain of your principles, then no longer you're in a state of unity. No longer you're in a state of unity. A state of unity doesn't allow an exception. Nobody can be outside of a state of unity, of the circle of unity. Okay? Therefore, the inner peace, inner unity can be established when our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions are in harmony with each other. And they are in harmony with our fundamental moral, ethical principles. And our moral, ethical principles are universal. And when you reflect on the teachings of the Baha'i faith, we see this is exactly what we are called upon to be. This is how we have to become. Okay? To become universal beings, whole beings. Beings that are function according to the law of unity. So that first level of unity is inner unity. Then, of course, comes unity between you and other people, which is very difficult. Why unity between you and other people is difficult? Have you ever thought about it? Well, unity between us and others is difficult because a stage of unity, the condition of unity, is when thoughts, feelings, and actions that are different from different people come face to face. Suddenly you are interfacing somebody who is thinking differently, who shows his love differently or her love differently, who wants to do different things, who makes decisions in different way, whose way of showing his or her will is different. And suddenly there is a clash of souls, okay? Clash between ideas, between sentiments, and between actions. And that is what happens in interpersonal relationships. There is a clash between these issues. And the reason that there is a clash is because people think that their way of thinking is the only way of thinking. Or their way of feeling is the only legitimate way of feeling. Or their mode of actions are the best modes of action. Okay? Why? Because we think our worldview is the normal, healthy worldview. They are abnormal. Okay? So in the marriage, many times, people say, I love you if you do this and that and that and that. Yeah, love you the way I want you to be. If you are the way that I want you to be, I love you. You see? You just change your mind. Just, show love differently. And you can't do that, of course. You see, that's impossible. So, one of the signs of maturation is our ability to appreciate diversity. The sign of maturity, one of the signs of maturity, is the ability to appreciate diversity. Another sign of maturity is the ability to put forward ourselves, our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions in the context of moderation. Usually people put their ideas in the context of extremism. They are really sure, okay? You cannot be sure about anything in life, But when it comes to relationship, we become really sure, really right, okay? So If we keep those two things in mind, moderation on the one hand, you see, and also the issue of relativity. Things are truth, or access to truth of what we think is right, is relative, is not absolute. We don't understand anything at the absolute level. You see, there comes no time that you can say, now I know everything. Okay? Or now I love completely, I cannot love anymore. Can you imagine that? You know, that's not the case. You know, Avicenna, you know who Avicenna was? Ibn Sina. Avicenna was one of the great philosophers of Persia and of Islam. And he was at once a physician, a philosopher, a mathematician, a student of laws, and many other branches of knowledge at that time, at his time. Most renowned. Avicenna wrote a textbook on medicine, which called the Book of Law. And it was the textbook of medical schools in Europe for 300 years. Okay? And he wrote a book about the law, and he called it the Book of Healing. He changed medicine and law. Law has to be healing, and medicine has to be lawful, you know, according to principles, laws of science. Anyway, close to the end of his life, he wrote a poem. And this poem says, تا به دنیا رسید دانش من تا بدانم همی که نادانم. You agree? He said, now has reached my knowledge to the point that I know that I do not know. Okay? And this is fundamental in human relationships. That we always have to remember that in relationships we are students. We are students to learn from each other. Relationships is not a condition that you teach the other. Relationships are conditions in which you learn from each other. Okay? And if we approach relationships with that process, that way of thinking, that would be the medium of unity. Because when we both are students, okay, and both become teachers at the same time, you create an integrative role. Teacher-student role becomes integrated. And in that integrative role, then you create a state of unity at the interpersonal level. In other words, at the interpersonal level, force or authority or command do not work. At the interpersonal level, what works is the ability to reciprocate, to interact on an equal basis. Okay? So, there is more to be talked about, because not only we have to create inner peace and interpersonal peace, then we have to have a social peace, right? Social unity. Social unity is essential, because if a society, if a community of people are not united, then of course you have conflicts and war. And look what conflict and war does in this world. So for a moment, it's a good idea to think about what are the prerequisites of social unity? Unity at the societal and global level, okay? And unity at societal global level has certain preconditions. In the Baha'i writings, I'm sure you have encountered, those of you who have studied the Baha'i faith, that says that the prerequisite for peace is what? Is unity. Is the fundamental prerequisite for peace. To create peace in this world or in a marriage is unity. Now, the precondition for unity is justice. You cannot create unity unless you create a state of justice. Okay? Now, the precondition for justice is equality. Equality of opportunities and of rights. Something that you were referring to earlier. The world is unjust because it doesn't give equal opportunities and equal access and equal rights for everybody, men and women, and minorities, majorities, and insiders, outsiders. And so, prerequisite for peace is unity. Prerequisite for unity is justice. Prerequisite for justice is equality. Prerequisite for equality is maturity. We have to mature as individuals in order to be able to act in an equal basis. Most of the people are constant state of competition with other people. We are in competition with other people. Therefore, we cannot relate to them as equals. You see, the only way that you can relate to other people as equals is when you feel comfortable about yourself. You accept yourself for who you are. And then focus on your own constant process of evolution and development and growth and maturation. And as you do that, then you don't need to compete with others. You compete with yourself. You compete with yourself, meaning that you constantly aspire towards higher levels of excellence, pursuit of excellence. So the competition becomes the process of personal pursuit of excellence. And as you do that, you become a better person. The great dimension of a state of maturity is universality. In other words, we cannot be mature if we are not universal beings. We have to, our views, our concepts, our ideas, and everything that we do, our moral principles, they have to be universal. We have to make them more and more inclusive as if we want to become mature persons. So the issue of universality and maturation are totally interconnected with each other. So we are talking about how to develop different levels of unity and capacities for unity, and we said would be inner unity, interpersonal unity, social, global unity, we have talked about it. And then, of course, is unity with the divine. Why unity with the divine? Unity with the divine has its some of his roots, one of his roots at least, is related to the fact that we human beings are ultimately powerless and ultimately alone. Meaning, doesn't matter how powerful we are subject to the laws of existence that are not within our control. First of all, we all need to eat, which soon you are going to. And we need to sleep, which you would do it this afternoon after eating. So those are taken care of, okay? So, but doesn't matter how powerful we are, we get sick. Disease come our ways. Disasters come our ways. Unexpected things happen to us. None of these are within our control. We are subject to processes of destiny which we don't have much control over. What we have a control over is how we respond to these unexpected processes. And that's where the relationship with the divine comes in. If we have only materialistic way of life, we are totally hopeless and helpless in the face of the unexpected, powerful forces of existence that are superior to us, and they are beyond our control. We don't have a control over them. It is here that the relationship between the individual and God becomes so fundamental. It is here that we begin to connect ourselves with the source of our power, our knowledge, our love, our mercy, our compassion. And here it helps us to become more universal in the process. Because the ultimate point of weakness in human beings is that we all die. And because we all die, it is fundamental for us to reflect on the dying process. And it is fundamental that we develop a healthy attitude towards this inevitable event in our lives. Abdul Baha says the source of all calamities is the fear of annihilation, fear of becoming nothing. Many people feel that when they die, they become nothing. It is that fear that causes human beings to do many stupid things. Okay? And the most stupid things that people do because of that fear is that they kill. They destroy life. Because there is this psychological abnormal process that gives you a feeling that if you can destroy a life, you also can maintain it. So we destroy life thinking that would maintain our lives, which of course it doesn't happen that way. But this is a very deep psychological process. We don't need to talk about it. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the relationship between humanity and divinity it has different dimensions. One dimension of it is the fact that we are all ultimately helpless. And it is that connection with the source of our power that gives us the necessary courage to live. But the other one, which is even more important, is that the divine is transcendent. It is beyond us, is above us, is greater than us. And therefore, when we connect ourselves to the source of the divine, we help our souls to aspire to higher and higher levels of existence, of being. And therefore, our process of development doesn't become entangled with the mundane little things of everyday life. Because materialism, and this is the materialistic civilization that we live in, okay? Materialism is like a spider web. You know, a spider web is a very, very interesting phenomenon. A spider is very smart. A spider is materialism, okay? What a spider does, he comes and says, oh, this is nice corner. May I just sit there for a moment? So, all right, this is a little animal. Doesn't hurt, looks nice, and said. So he just sits in the corner and says, do you mind if just make a little silk in that corner? And then it just makes a beautiful little silk. And you look at it and say, oh, that's nice. And if the light goes at it, it shines and shows a beautiful, you know, web that is created there. And you say, thank you to a spider, you know, that make my corner nice and so forth. And then a fly comes and looks at it. Fly is us. Fly comes and look at it and says, oh, that's nice. I want to go there. And the fly goes to this nice, silky, soft net and get caught and dies. That's the way materialism works. The materialism puts its web all over. It's so nice. Isn't that nice to have this thing and that car and 5 bedrooms and sleep every night in 1 bedroom? And it wouldn't be nice to do this and that, and you do that. So a spider web goes all over. And we fly to it, and we are caught, and we die. Our spirits die. So we live soulless lives. We live soulless lives because we are in the spider web of materialism. Okay? This is very fundamental about the connection with the divine prevents you to fly into the spider web. You take advantage of it. You look at it. You get the necessary segment of it that you need, but you don't go in the web. Because if you do, you're stuck. And that's what gives you the freedom, the courage, the understanding, the foresight, the insight, not to fall into that. Yeah, spider web can be all over, but you're free. You see, that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of transcendent and connection with the transcendent, with the divine. Okay? So, unity, therefore, is inner unity, interpersonal unity, societal, global unity, unity with the world of nature, which is the creation of God, and it is so absolutely magnificent and beautiful, and a school of learning constantly, the world of nature, the way that it is, everything. And then the world of the divine that allows you to be transcendent, to be free, and not to fall into that web. When you put all these together, now you're on a path of unity. And the way, therefore, you conduct your actions in your personal life would be according to principles of unity, interpersonal life. That's where the law of love comes in, and that's the first thing that we will talk about this afternoon. And then it allows you, in the context of the institution of the society, learn the ways of justice, because the responsibility of the institutions of society is to bring about justice, isn't it? In the Baha'i Institute, the whole Baha'i administration is based on houses of justice. Local assemblies, national assemblies, universal house of justice. The whole new civilization of unity is going to be civilization of justice. So we have to learn the ways of justice, how to be just. Have you ever asked yourself, what does it mean for me to be a just person? You see? And the ways of equality, but that's how to create equal relationship, how to create justice, how to maintain the rights of individuals. That's when you get involved in the structure of this family and the structure of the society and so forth. All these issues, therefore, become parts and parcels of life of the individual. Individual on the path of unity with a unity-based worldview. So unity-based worldview, therefore, totally transforms your being. It, first of all, it makes sure that you are safe. Because in the context of unity, you're safe. You're never alone. It is in the context of conflict that you're alone and you have enemies. But in the context of unity, your survival needs are met. The reason that we have in our world today so many hungry people is not because there is not enough food in this world. It's because there is no justice. And there is no justice because we don't realize that humanity is one. And therefore, we destroy the food instead of giving it to the poor. There was a statistics a few years ago by the World Health Organization that was really revealing. It showed at that time that the number of undernourished masses of humanity was the same as number of overfed masses of humanity. In other words, those excesses at deprivation and at indulgence were the same. If we had made all moderate, everybody would be healthy, nobody would be hungry, and nobody would be unhealthy with regard to their weight and so forth. That's the way it is. So these are the kind of the world that we are trying to create, the kind of society, the kind of families that we have to create, has to have that orientation, that worldview, the unity-based worldview, that addresses these issues. And then the issues of power, the power in the worldview structure becomes the power to unite, the power to do good, the power to bring equality, the power to create justice, the power to create a new civilization of peace. That becomes the power, not the power to control other people. And the competition gives way to pursuit of excellence. You pursue excellence because ultimately You cannot become better than your best. Right? We have to constantly evolve and become better and better and better. Therefore, we compete with ourselves. Competition would be the process of self-development. And self-development always takes place in the context of relationships with other people, with humanity, with family, with marriage, with everything. You cannot develop in vacuum. We develop in the context of relationships. So I didn't expect to talk so much. There's so many notes. It makes me, So, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions and answers. When we come back in the afternoon, we will have a time for that. I tell you what would be the remaining portions of our time today. When we come back, we will talk about love in general, and then we talk about love in the context of marriage, and in the context of before marriage and after marriage, and in the context of the family. Then we talk about different kinds of marriage. Probably that not all would be done today. Maybe that some of them we have to do tomorrow. This morning, we concluded by focusing on the law of unity. Now, we have to understand a little bit more, or quite a bit more, about this law of unity. And one of the important issues is to ask ourselves, what is the force of unity? What is it that makes us to go towards unity? You see, every condition that you want to create, there has to be a force behind it. And therefore, the question is, what is the force of unity? And we can approach this question from several interrelated perspectives. They all end up in unity. One is, of course, the power of attraction. We are attracted to certain realities and certain objects. And the power of attraction, not now, you just wait until I ask. Authoritarian approach. It's very effective, I tell you. I hope to teach you during next 2 days effectively to do it, you see. And going back to the issue of power of attraction, we are attracted to beauty. That which is beautiful is attractive, okay? And that's why the humanity's efforts towards beauty is so immense. All creations of humanity, the things that humanity create, they are all have a dimension of beauty, how beautiful it would look, right? And of course, of all things that we are trying to make beautiful, the most beautiful is ourselves. And the question is, how can we make ourselves beautiful? You see? Because if you make yourself beautiful, you become lovable. Okay. And the process of making oneself beautiful takes different shapes in different contexts. In a material context, the whole issue of beauty would be superficial, outward beauty of people. The way we look, the clothes that we have, and so forth, you know. That's one dimension of beauty, which is, of course, very important. But then the other aspect of the beauty is the inner beauty. Beauty of thoughts, beauty of sentiments, beauty of choices that we make in life. These are all fundamental issues, the things that we think and we feel and we do, and the way we express them. The more refined they are, the more orderly they are, more sophisticated they are, more coherent they are, more integrative they are. The more they have these qualities, the more beautiful they become, and the more attractive they become. And the attraction unites people. Attraction brings people together. It's a law of attraction, right? And the other power, which is related to the same issue of attraction, of course, is the force of unity, is love. It is through love that we get connected and united to each other. So if we want to be loved, we have to make ourselves lovable. And many people pay attention to that before they get married. They say, we are going to, make myself as lovable as possible. And when finally the person is married and is caught in the web, then they say, all right, okay, now I can do anything I want, They did it, finally, it done. So that's the fundamental issue, that people stop remembering that the act of making ourselves lovable is an ongoing process. Never you stop. You can stop in making yourself more and more beautiful, physically healthy, emotionally healthy, intellectually open-minded, in the realm of emotions, open-hearted, in the realms of communication, open homes, open hearts, and open minds are essential elements and components of that kind of loving communications that families can establish. Families that have open homes, hospitable, and open minds. They are receptive to diversity of people. And open hearts where the emotions and feelings and love and compassion are shared. Those families are the most healthy and successful. So the issue of love becomes a very central issue in establishment of unity and development of a unity-based worldview. So it is important to reflect on love for a moment. And now, Your Highness, it would be kind enough. Yes. So I just want to share with you a couple of quotations that would give us some notion. In the world of existence, there is indeed no greater power than the power of love. This is a statement by Abdul Baha in Paris talks when he was in Paris. He gave this statement 100 years ago. That in the world of existence, there is no greater power than the power of love. There are many reasons for that, but the fundamental reason is, of course, that it is the power of love that creates unity. And unity is the essential prerequisite for all existence. Everything that exists because of the operation of law of unity, as we talked this morning. Hence, this issue of love. Now, it is very difficult to understand what love is, because love can be divine, and love can be very much related to the ordinary aspects of life and in between. So it's a good idea to think a little bit more about the issue of love. And we go to the next one, which is a poem. And this is about mystery of love. First, when I was apart from you, this world did not exist, nor any other. Second, whatever I was looking for was always you. Third, why did I ever learn to count to 3? Okay? This is Maulana Rumi, Shamsuddin Rumi, the mystic poet. Now, this is the divine love. This is the divine love. And it's a beautiful expression of that divine love. And this is the kind of love that people feel when they are falling in love. Falling in love. And we will talk about falling in love later, okay? We all have fallen in love, and we will continue to fall in love. We will talk about it. But this one is going upward toward love. But it is very important to see how the divine love expresses itself in the human love relationships. Because these feelings, we feel it when we are in love with somebody, and also they are, of course, reflections of the love of the divine, which says, when I was apart from you, when we are separate with the divine, from divine source, nothing exists, and we don't exist. Because love is the cause of existence, the greatest force of existence. And then when we have the love, then we are complete. No life is complete without love. We don't feel complete when we don't have the love. And then, of course, this poem actually has third, fourth, and fifth, where what Maulana does, he talks about the divine love, and then he translates it into human love, human relationships at the level of human relationships. So the process of falling in love is based on several issues that when we are getting ready to establish families and marriages and so forth, we begin to experience it. At one level, love is related to issue of attraction. When two people have mutual attraction toward each other, they get close to each other because they are attracted towards each other. And the idea is that you get closer and closer and closer until finally, bang, you're together. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't work that way. Is that because human beings are diverse, different. When you get attracted to somebody, the forces of attraction brings you together, but also at the same time, there are forces that pull you apart from each other. For example, you say, I really like this person. Look, the way that she looks or he looks and, carries himself or herself, and it's a marvelous person. And then suddenly they open their mouth and they say something. And then say, oh, all right, okay. You completely, repulse, okay? So it's constantly these forces of attraction and repulsion come and go and bring you together and go back and forth until finally you have to find a place. Let's see what the forces of attraction bring us together. So this is individual A, and this is individual B, and they began to see things that attracts them together. And ideally, they get attracted to each other, and then is the point of connection, okay? However, as I said, there are points of repulsion that makes us to grow apart. And that's the reason that when people start a relationship, they come together and they go apart, come together and go apart. They never can completely have that close connection. And the reason, of course, is that people are different. They have different ideas, different thoughts, different expectations, different modes of, expression of themselves, doing things. They have different set of moral standards, ethical standards. There's so many diversity in human relationships that it's very difficult to find a point of, attraction at yourself. So, because of that, people begin to find some mutual point of attraction. We call it MPA, mutual point of attraction. What is a mutual point of attraction? I'll give you an example. An individual just have got married. They say, okay, now we are going to work very hard to buy a car. BMW or something like that. All right? Usually the people have, So what they do, they go and work and very hard and come home and hi honey, and exhausted, go to sleep. And they put money aside and eat spinach and a few other things until finally they have enough money to buy the car. They get in the car and start fighting. Because the mutual point of attraction is now finished. No longer their object is not to make a car. They have completed that. So they have, through idea of buying a car, they have got closer and closer You see, the distance between them has got closer, but when they reach here, they no longer are satisfied, because this mutual point of attraction was very limited point of attraction. So the lower is your expectations in life, the lesser is the degree of your attraction and its meaningfulness and so forth. So then they say, let's buy a house. Now you have to wait many more years and labor many more years and do that, and again, exhausted, tired, but you are putting money aside and you're sacrificing because you want to buy a house. And how are you, they come together closer and closer, but they really are focused on this. They are not getting closer to each other through the quality of who they are. They are getting closer to each other to a quality of the object of their love. Is object of attraction, object of love, determines the quality of love. And this is a fundamental issue. If you want to see what is the level, the value, the quality of your love, you have to see what is the object of your love. The higher is the object of your love, the greater is the quality of your love relationships, the depth of your love, the significance of your love, you see? So the whole idea of creating a mutual object of love in relationship becomes very, very fundamental. And then this process, when you take it to the ultimate, within the framework of a spiritual orientation, the ultimate object has to be an object that is transcendent, is an object that is beyond us, is an object that would constantly make us to go further and further and further above and get closer and closer in that process, you see? Because no two human beings can become totally integrated with each other. You see, it is impossible for two people become totally integrated with each other because they cannot lose their identities. In the Baha'i tablet of marriage or prayer of marriage, you say, and between them there is a barrier that they shall not overcome. The barrier that exists with people in marriage not to overcome is the barrier of your personhood. Every individual is a unique person. Every individual has a unique destiny. Every individual is unique in the sense that God is unique, because everything that God has created is unique to express the uniqueness of Godhood. That's the reason two snowflakes are not the same. No two human beings are the same. Nothing in this world that you are absolutely the same. They are all unique. Okay? So we as human beings are unique beings. And in the context of the relationship, we have to establish a love relationship which would safeguard our uniqueness and will make our unique beings continuously more attractive, more beautiful, more lovable. So that's a challenge. And this challenge takes us to the challenge of what is necessary to love. And what is essential to love is knowledge. You cannot love blindly. When you love blindly, you quite often fall into an abyss. Okay? So love needs to be based on knowledge. In other words, you have to know what is it that you are loving. Okay? Now, in the context of relationship, at least you need several types of love operating. First is self-love in a positive sense, not selfishness. First, you have to love yourself. Now, how do you love yourself? What is the expression, outward expression of love of self? Well, think for a moment. Think how you love some other person, how you love your children, for example. Think of that. How parents love children. And in these Western societies, how people love their pets. But that's true, okay? Okay? Just think about it, how they love. What? Such a world we live in. The way you love someone or something is that the way that you help that entity to blossom, to grow, to become whole, to become complete, to evolve. So when your child will want to express love to your child, what do you do that? You guide the child, you discipline the child, you help the child to learn. The child says, can I go out and play? You say, first finish your homework. The child says, can I have candy? You say, no, you have to wait for dinner. The child says, you don't love me. And you say, no, because I love you, you have to wait. You see? So the whole idea of love is that love has to express itself in the act of promotion of development and growth of the individual. So if you love yourself, you have to help yourself to grow and develop, to evolve, so that your powers of mind would evolve, your intellectual capacities would develop, your emotional capacities would evolve and develop, your ways of decision making, your will, the way that you use your power of will would evolve and develop. So we have to focus on our self-development if we want to have self-love. Self-love means continuous attention to development of human powers of soul. And development of a human being has a lifespan. And let's talk about it a little bit. So many people here are young people, and a number of people who are parents, obviously, and have children. And it applies to, therefore, those of us who are young, and also applies to those of us who are not so young. Okay, so let's reflect for a moment about the way that individual evolves and develops. One of the best ways to do that is to think of your life as a tree of your life, the tree of your being growing, maturing. Every life can be likened to a fruit tree, okay? Now, a fruit tree has different levels of development and growth. At the earlier stages, the tree develops two sets of conditions. Those that are visible and those that are hidden, right? Every tree that you look has the visible part and the hidden part. Now, the hidden part in the tree is as large as the visible part. Okay? In order for a tree to be strong, it has to have roots that are as strong and as great and as powerful as what you see above the ground. In the human condition, the tree of human life, also the invisible part of us has to be truly strong. And the invisible part of human life are those thoughts, feelings, moral, ethical principles, ideas, wishes, all of those things that we have that we never share with anyone. They are secrets in our hearts. We cover them. We nurture them. Hopefully we develop them, make them stronger. But the whole idea is that these issues make up the roots of the tree of our life. The more developed the roots are, the stronger the individual becomes. Okay? The obvious part of the tree becomes. Then the tree have a trunk, which is your personality. Okay? Your character, your personality. And then you have areas of learning, which are the different branches of your tree. You learn about this and that and many things. And the leaves that are there and all the things. And you do all of these things through life. And then there comes a time of blossoming, which is this time of the year, right now. You're a little bit past now. But the trees begin to blossom. And that's, of course, the nicest time that you look at the tree, isn't it? And most people, when they reach the time of blossoming, meaning they have their degrees and they have their activities and they look their best and so forth, and they go around and like the tree say, look at me, how beautiful I am, how gorgeous I am, look at me. I am blossoming, you know. And people want to stay at the age of blossoming always. That's the reason that people always have been in search of eternal youth. Eternal youth is the quest for staying in a state of blossoming, okay? But blossoming, of course, is only a stage in development of the tree. And if we stop at that level, the purpose of tree of life is not fulfilled, you see? But blossoming is very exciting. You know, there is a Japanese haiku poem that says something like this, and says, I don't know how many of you have seen almond tree blossoming. Almond trees are absolutely beautiful when they blossom, okay? Cherry trees also are beautiful, okay? I don't want them to be upset. Okay. So the haiku goes something like that. It says, I asked almond tree, oh sister, tell me of God. And the almond tree blossomed. Mm-hmm. Now, when we blossom, we are reflecting the qualities of Godhood, the beauty of Godhood, the mystery of Godhood, the grandeur of Godhood, the beauty, the whole thing that is there. That's what we blossom, okay? And then the next stage after blossoming is when we begin to have fruits. And if you are an apple tree, at the beginning we have crab apples. Little tiny apples, they taste bitter and, you know, And they're not all, marvelous. But anyway, they're apples. But gradually they evolve and they become delicious apples. And then comes the time when the tree is laden with apples. The branches are coming down, they're breaking down under heavy weight of the apple. But the apple is not for the tree. The apple is to feed others, to give nurturance to others. So human life, if we are going to develop our lives, if we are going to have self-love, we have to develop the roots of our personality, our moral, ethical, intellectual, emotional capacities, so that we can have this tree of life showing itself, so that we then have all kind of capacities and so forth in the form of our blossoming, and then our blossoming has to be fruitful, and our fruits of our life have to be source of nurturance of others. This becomes the process of self-love. Okay? The process of self-love is this. The process of loving others is the same. Is to help others to evolve and develop. And in all of these processes, the thing that we need the most is knowledge. We have to understand who we are, what we are, why are we here, what's the purpose of our life. Before you go to that, this is an excellent example and description. And there are many comments one can make about this, but the one thing that they mentioned here, limited unity is achieved through the oppression of members. Actually, that's not unity, that's uniformity. Majority of people mistake unity with uniformity. Uniformity means togetherness of a group in the condition of sameness. Everybody has to be same. And because everybody cannot be same, everybody has to change their views according to the will and wishes of the authoritarian leader in the family, okay? And that becomes uniformity. Uniformity is the opposite of unity. So in the authoritarian families, we see semblance of unity. People say we are a unified family, which means we are blindly obedient, conforming people who are doing the wishes of one person. Okay? That is not unity, that's uniformity. Unity always takes place in the context of diversity. And diversity, by its very nature, is very dynamic. There are a lot of interaction. There are a lot of differences of opinion. There is a lot of give and take. There is a lot of consultation, And that's the reason that in the concept of Baha'i consultation, the whole idea of having different points of view clashing with the ideas, each other, are encouraged or accepted, because we have to have the diversity of views in order for truth to emerge. So that's a very important issue that you have raised here. Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah.
No encouragement, and
There is a lack of love.
There's a lack of love.
Yeah. Again, one comment. This is an excellent, list. But one of the things that we have to know, the love expression in context of adversarial relationships, love exists, but love is very much passionate. well, even passionate is not good, explosive. The love in the adversarial type of relationship, in identity-based relationship, is self-centered, okay? And therefore, the couples love each other when they come close together after fight. They have a fight and they get frightened of the fight. Then they come and they are together for a while. And then they go their own separate ways and self-centered ways. And then they have to come back again together in some crisis. And then it just goes back and forth in this erratic process. So in the this kind of marriages, love is erotic and erratic. Okay? In other words, there is a lot of emphasis on sexuality and a lot of emphasis on emotional back and forth process. Okay. Next.
Okay, this is the good one.
Nice.
Very good.
Okay. Now, here again, what we have is the description of an ideal unity-based family. But we have to remember that human life is a dynamic process, is a constantly growing process. There are constantly up and down and diversity and change. Therefore, in a unity-based family, it doesn't mean that you have a boring, totally calm and stable life situation. It means that you have many challenges and many diversities of views and come and go and so forth, and agreements and disagreement. But at the core of all these things, the awareness, constant awareness that we are one. That yes, we are diverse and we are one. Therefore, you will see at some time that authority needs to be used in the family, in the unity-based family, like any family. Like parents have authority toward children. And parents have every right to use their authority towards their children and correct them and do whatever is necessary, okay? Or, for example, you see that there is a considerable competition in a positive sense between siblings or between even husband and wife. Okay, even sometimes between parents and children, you know. For example, my children have grown to be much smarter than I am, so I don't constantly compete with them, okay? Yeah, this is happening there. Yeah, you shouldn't have shown it because it just, made it weaker, but anyway. You see? So that's the dynamics that happens. So the unity-based family is a very dynamic family. Very dynamic, it has all dimensions. And we should not make mistake between authority and authoritarian. These are two different things. Authoritarian means a person who uses authority through the instrument of force and domination. Authority means a situation that has legitimate right to set certain standard, okay? For example, in the family, the parents have the authority to set standards about how a family should be and how children should behave and how the dynamics should be and so forth. They have the authority. Now, if the parent, however, doesn't set those standards and says to the child, you behave this way without having set these standards and enough of those, and the child says, why? And say, because I'm bigger than you, and give a spank, then you have an authoritarian, okay? So it is very important to separate authority from authoritarian. Thank you very much.
Do you want our questions? Do you want our questions as well?
So that's the examples we came up with. The statement that we came up with was that it's important not to judge other families if they are these kind of styles or worldviews. But actually many families, even on this list, share characteristics from different worldviews. So it's very, very difficult to pigeonhole people.
That's true.
And each one of these you could say, and there was quite a lot of debate in our group about, well, actually that kind of, has characteristics from that as well. So that's our statement. We didn't get as far as questions.
Well, that's a very important issue that you raised about not judging, because we are talking about developmental stages of human development and consciousness development and awareness in the society. And development, by its very nature, has different stages. But you cannot put moral judgment on each stage. For example, you cannot say that children are inferior to adults. Children are excellent at the level of childhood. Adolescent age is essential during adolescent phase. It becomes pathological when you have a 75-year-old and is adolescent. Then it becomes problematic, or is a child, you see? So all levels of existence, they are always valid for where they are and should not be subject to value judgment. But when they go and happen at a time that is not appropriate to that stage of development, in a context that does not appropriate, then you have the difficulty of not being, related to that stage, and you can put a value judgment on it. So that's a very important point that you have raised, that is essential. And the other thing that you mentioned, which is essential, is this, that indeed life is dynamic. Human relationships are dynamic. And because human relationships are dynamic, we at any given time have a combination of all of them in a given society, in a given family, okay? Always. The way that you can categorize at certain level is when you see what is predominant at a given society. If a given society predominantly functioning, or a family in the authoritarian mode, then you say this family is in the authoritarian stage. But that doesn't mean that sometimes they function at the unity mode or adversarial mode, but it's predominantly that. And it does applies to every stage. Thank you very much. Okay. That's very, very important issues raised here. One of them, just I comment, is with respect to issue of fear. And here you have it. Power, by its very nature, creates fear. In other words, the powerful person feels very afraid. Then the fear that feels is because it doesn't matter how powerful you become, still in the depths of your being, you know that you're weak, right? We talked about it earlier this morning, that we know that we are weak. We need to sleep, we get sick, we die, with all of those things are indications of our weakness. And that's the reason that the people who are authoritarian and they are power seekers feel extremely insecure. The dictators who kill millions of people, who create secret police, he could do all of those things, is because they have a lot of power and feel enormously insecure. Okay, so that's very true, that the authoritarian is fundamentally a fearful person. Thank you. Let me comment a couple of things here which you have raised that are very important. One is that love in the context of marriage and relationships is always conditional. We cannot have unconditional love. They are conditional upon reciprocal relationships. You know, in other words, you cannot, you know, a person cannot say, you love me regardless how I am, or what I do, whether I lie or cheat or this or that, still you should love me. There are certain parameters to love relationships, okay? Even, for example, in the writings of the Baha'i faith, you will see Baha'u'llah says, love me so I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, in no wise my love can reach thee. There is a condition. The condition is that we have to act in a loving manner. And we discussed earlier how you act in a loving manner. In order to be worthy of being loved, you just cannot demand to be loved unconditionally, okay? So the conditions of relationships are as such that our life, we put it this way, relationships are conditional. And therefore, the love in the relationships would be conditional upon the reciprocal manner in which people relate. This requires more discussion, and we probably discuss it tomorrow. This is a very important issue. The other issue that you raised that requires discussion, we probably wouldn't do it now, but requires, is the issue of freedom. What is freedom? And how you relate freedom to discipline. In the household, what is the degree of freedom? What is the dynamics and parameters of freedom and discipline? So let's remember to talk about that tomorrow. Thank you so much. Okay. Next group. That relationship, they have been integrated into a condition. And therefore, it takes quite a process of healing until finally you re-emerge as a full individual, complete individual without the negative consequences of that leaving behind a part of you. A part of you will be left behind because you remember it, because it was part of your life, because you may have children out of that, and children in that context remain. So really it is always possible for people to separate, but it's not possible to disavow completely the fact that they have been married. You see, they have been married, they have been connected, they have had a life experience. And all of those are a part of their being. And they're an important part of their being, and they're a positive part of their being. And then, like any other aspect of life, it has positive, negative dimensions, and so forth. So it is the first thing that we need to learn to reflect on about marriage is the nature of marriage. That marriage is an act of union, meaning a process of unity in creation. And that unity process is as we said, is always involved diversity, which means two diverse individuals, a man and a woman, come together and create a third entity, which is the marriage. And all three of them are going to be in need of growth and maturation. And that's why we need a community of people. You see, in the past, we had extended families that lived together or close together. Especially in many parts of the world, that's the case. But many other parts of the world is not. So when we reflect on the context of Baha'i marriage, for example, the fact that Baha'u'llah says that when you want to get married, you have to have the agreement and the consent of your parents, regardless of how old you are. It's not because it makes a statement that you're making a mistake. You may be making a mistake also. It's not because of that, but it's because you have to maintain unity. You have to create bonds of unity and so forth. So that dimension of creating a larger family, extended family, is so essential because new families, new marriages need a lot of support. And in our nuclear family society, families are left alone. They don't have the necessary support. Ideally, the Baha'i community has to become our extended family. It should be in the context in which the people, families, individuals would have access to the collective expressions of love, support, wisdom, experience of the larger community. We don't have those yet, that kind of a family. We have to gradually establish them and create that larger community of people in which marriages begin to blossom and begin to be helped and so forth. Many marriages are lost and just unnecessarily. The marriages end up unnecessarily because simply there hasn't been enough of support to help them to go through these earlier stages of development. It's like when you become a parent, how difficult it is to take care of a child, a newly born child, right? Well, the same thing is how difficult it is to take care of this newly born marriage. Because imagine what happens in marriage. You first fall in love. But process of falling in love is a very dangerous process. Because when you fall in love in a blind state. The first stage of falling in love is the stage of blind love. What is blind love? Blind love is that we have all ideas of what is an ideal husband or an ideal wife. We imagine it. My husband or my wife would be this way, that way, that way, that way, that way. Okay? It's really fantastic. Then you meet somebody and you like the shape of their nose and toes. And then you say, that's it. That's the person, okay? I love this person, okay? And you fall in love and you superimpose all your ideal on this person. So this person now becomes the embodiment of your ideal, not actually what it is. So then you go to your parents and say, I have fallen in love. And they say, oh, that's marvelous, my little baby has fallen in love. Okay. And they say, who have you fallen in love with? They say, I have fallen in love with this person. This person? You have fallen in love with this person? What do you see with this person? You see? What's going on, you know? So we say, But this person, yeah, you know his background and drinking and this and that and that. And you say, yeah, I know, but we love each other. And love is going to take care of everything. So that's the process of falling in love, because you become blind to the reality of what it is. During the time of falling in love, the relationship of the two individuals, that's my grandson, so you have to excuse him. During this process of falling in love, what happens is that the two individuals, okay, here we have one and the other, they become totally consumed with the thought of each other. So their personal lives are very limited. They constantly think about each other. They constantly think about each other. When they are together, they are together. When they are not together, they send little texts to each other and listen messages to each other and write poetry to each other. And it is also it is a stage that the couple actually, in the emotional, intellectual sense, begin to become more childlike. Okay, so we give each other names, little baby names, and cute names, and we call each other. We have all private language, and we talk with each other and send signals to each other, because we separated from the world. We are totally preoccupied with each other. This is the stage of romantic love or blind love. It is a nice stage. Nice stage. It lasts very short period of time. Okay, that's the problem, but a very short period.
You say it's necessary.
It is essential, yeah, because we have to be crazy in the path of love, okay? In other words, you have to lose certain degree of passion, certain degree of rationality. Otherwise, it becomes cold love. And you don't want to have a cold love. I'd rather to have a hot love. Okay? Because the hot love, you can make it cold. But you cannot make a cold love warm. Okay? You can't. So yeah, it's a good idea to start with a passion, okay? With that sense of togetherness, because this is the first value of, the value, that beginning of love. And you have to see that intensity, because that intensity puts you together, connects you together, okay? And that's good. That's good as long as it lasts. For some people last a short while, some longer. When people, now in our societies, that people have become very flexible in level of closeness together, intimacy together. The the first phase of love becomes mixed with the functions that belong to the marriage, like sexuality and intimacy at the sexual level and so forth. And because of they do that, they actually live out the romantic phase of their love before they get married. And they actually get married when they begin to start in the second phase. What is the second phase? The second phase of marriage is the phase of differentiation, or the phase of separation. Separation meaning individuals going apart from each other. Because you cannot always stay in that close condition, because you need certain degree of freedom. You see, here are two individuals who can go to bed whenever they want. They can go to restaurant where they want. They can go to this restaurant, to that restaurant. They can eat Chinese or Japanese or this or that. They can do anything they want. Suddenly they have fallen in love, and you say, let's go to eat something. And say, okay, where should we go? Persian place? No, I say, oh, I don't like Persian food. Okay. We go Italian? No, I don't like. Suddenly you begin to see that your freedom is taken away from you. You are not all that free. You don't have all that freedom that you had before. So in the second phase, people begin to grow apart. And they begin to focus on their jobs, on their friends. If they have children, one of the parents actually, or both of them, focus on the children. And suddenly they begin to go further from each other. And there is little time left for them to focus on their marriage. And it is in this phase that the couple decide that they are growing apart, that their love is ending, and that their marriage is coming to an end. Other person, what he or she wants to see. Okay? In other words, all positive ideas that you have, you see it in that person. Doesn't matter whether that person has it or don't have it. Okay? You just project it on that person. You say, yes, you marry, a person 5 feet taller than yourself, and say, no, we are the same size. Okay. Yeah, everything is the same thing. Because you are projecting, your ideal on that person. Okay. In the second phase, in the next phase, you don't see anything, you don't like anything that you see in the other person. The way that the person eats something, the way they chew, the way they brush their teeth, the way they talk, everything bothers you. You get irritated with each other because it's totally different from what you saw before, okay? And you begin to discover things about each other that you never knew that existed. Suddenly, here is a person who snores. What are you going to do with that, Or the person that has habits that you are wondering about. Before that, you would sit around and talk for hours and hours and hours. Now you're married, and the person doesn't want to talk at all. That's it. That's the end of conversation, you are finished. So it is a remarkable process. It's a frightening phase. And the frightening phase about this phase is that it can last 75 years. It just can last. It just goes on and on and on. It never comes to an end. And it is in this context that people begin to remember this phase. And they say, oh, how I wish I could go back to the romantic phase. And it is in that phase that somebody comes along, a handsome man or a cute woman, and say, hello, I like the shape of your eyes or ears or this or that. And you fall for it. You suddenly fall for it, and you begin a new romantic relationship. Because romantic relationships are nice. They are blind. You can imagine whatever you want to imagine. The second phase is the phase that you have to learn yourself and the other. Because what marriage does, each person becomes the mirror of the other person. Okay? And what you don't like about the other person is the reflection of yourself in the other person. And it is an occasion for learning, an occasion of discovery of who you are, what kind of a person you are, how capable you are of giving compassion to other people, giving kindness to other people, giving encouragement to other people. It mirrors you, okay? So it is a very fundamental process happening in the second phase. Also, the first phase of marriage is correspondent with childhood. This is correspondent with a state of childhood, okay? The state of, is correspondent with that. Is an issue at the time that both husband and wife come to a lower degree of functioning in emotional sense. And we become more like we are playing marriage rather than actually marriage, okay? You're playing it because you're learning. You're trying to learn how to be married. While this phase is the phase of adolescence of marriage. And that's why it becomes so electric and so chaotic and so upside down. And it is this phase that requires the greatest level of care and considerable degree of wise counsel so that the couple don't make a mistake thinking they have fallen out of love and ending marriages. Unfortunately, in our society now, most couples who have these difficulties and go to professionals, the professionals say, okay, you have fallen in love, you better separate. It is a very unfortunate process because the understanding of the dynamics of marriage in the professional circles is very limited. It ends at this level and then goes back to the first level again. While there is a third level in marriage and developed marriage, we talk about it tomorrow. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. To summarize what we have discussed yesterday, I share a few thoughts with you and then continue from there on. Yesterday, we began to talk about our worldview, the way that we look at the world. And we said that our worldview has 4 components: our view of reality, our view of human nature, our view of the purpose of life, and our view of human relationships. And we together reviewed the 3 main categories of worldview, which are authoritarian, power-based worldview, adversarial, power struggle, competitive worldview, and unity-based worldview. And then we discussed together about the concept of unity, the all-important concept of unity. That unity is the primary law of existence. That everything that exists is the outcome of the law of unity. And when unity is disrupted, then you have the process of destruction. At the physical level, at the level of biology, at biological level, at sociological level, at all levels, expressions of existence are those of unity. At the biological level, it is the unity of matter and consciousness, which is at the human level, of course, is the body and the soul. And death occurs when the body and the soul no longer are united. In other words, no longer the body is able to be in a state of functioning to allow the expression of the soul in this realm of existence. That's when the death of the individual occurs. Now, the same phenomena is applicable to social institutions. For example, when in the family there is no unity, then you have divorce, separation and divorce. That is the end of the unity of the organism. Or, for example, in the society, in the community, we read in the writings of the faith, Abdul Baha says, wherever there is no unity, that community would be separated and annihilated, okay? Because unity is the fundamental element in the realm of existence, okay? So, then we talked about the fact that unity has to express itself at the human level according to the powers of the human soul. And we identified the three powers of the soul: to know, to love, and to will. And at all of these areas of human power, the fundamental issue is how we can bring together our knowledge, love, and will together and make them also in harmony with our spiritual, ethical, moral principles. And we said that in order for moral, ethical principles to be the cause of harmony and unity, that they have to be universal. Limited unities, Abdul Baha says, are destructive and are dangerous. Because when you create limited unity, then you exclude. For example, when people are interviewed who have been at war, and we say, why did you go to war? And said, I went for the defense of our people. Meaning, here was a unity, this group of people. But this unity, because it was a limited unity, allowed the destruction of the other groups, you see. So, within the parameters of the world-embracing teachings of the Baha'i faith, the only unity that is acceptable is unity in its universal context, all-embracing, all-inclusive. The Baha'i concept of unity does not accept formation of limited unities, us versus others. And this has to be expressed in all area of our work and our thinking and in our language. The language is very, very fundamental. For example, we have to make sure that in our language we don't create in-group and out-group. You know, us and them. We are all one. We are all one. Humanity, our destiny are connected together. Abdul Baha says that the fundamental, central teaching of the Baha'i faith revolves around the concept of the consciousness of the oneness of humanity. Now that's very interesting statement because humanity has always been one. Okay, humanity always has been one. The only problem has been that humanity hasn't been conscious of its oneness. So we constantly have divided ourselves. This group and that group and here and there and this race and that race and this religion and that religion. Now has arrived the era, the age of the consciousness of the oneness of humanity. We have to become conscious of that process. And one of the most fundamental elements, tools of consciousness is the language, is the way we talk, is the way we relate and express our thoughts to others and express our understanding of our oneness. So this phenomena also applies to marriage. It is fundamental that in the context of marriage, we be aware of our fundamental oneness. Okay? Yes, we are man and woman in the context of the marriage in the Baha'i faith, but that doesn't mean that we are different. Essentially, fundamentally, at fundamental level, we are one. In other words, we are all possessors of the souls, and all souls are possessors of the powers to know, to love, and to will. And therefore, these powers are constantly in operation in the context of relationships. And then we said together that the force of unity is love. And therefore, we have to learn how to love and to know what is the outcome of healthy love relationships. Many times people say, we love each other, but we are fighting constantly. Or we, have all kind of misunderstanding and this and that, which is fine. As long as love that we have will have its fruit, unity. Anytime that you want to see whether a love relationship is fruitful, is correct, is healthy, is evolving, see whether it is conducive to unity or not. If it is not conducive to unity, then there is a problem. In order to make love conducive to unity, love has to be enlightened. Okay? Cannot be blind. In other words, love has to be based on the knowledge of self and the other. The most fundamental issue for the development of healthy love is the capacity and the exercise to know yourself and try to know the other. Self-knowledge, Baha'u'llah says, is the same as knowledge of God. If we truly begin to reflect on ourselves We have been created in the image of God. So if we begin to reflect on ourselves and who we are and how we can evolve and what kind of persons we can become, the more we do that, the greater would be not only knowledge of ourselves, but the realization of our sameness with other people. Sameness not in the context of being identical, but in the context of being similar. In other words, we are all have certain collective aspirations, hopes, and everything. But the process that is fundamental is the capacity to know ourselves and make every effort to get to know our spouse. I'm reminded of a story, of an African story. The African story goes something like this. That this African gentleman had an orchard of beautiful fruits. And he would go every morning, every evening, and look at the apples and pears and everything that was there, and would identify those that would be just ripe to be picked the following morning and to be taken to the garden, to the market. So every day he would do that. And then he suddenly realized that in the evening he would go and identify a number of fruits. In the morning he would come and they're gone. They are not on the floor, on the ground. They're gone. It happens night after night after night. So he finally decides to see what's going on. Are there thieves? But he was sure that couldn't be thieves because he had secured area and so forth. So he came and sat there, and he saw that at midnight, this beautiful fairy angel would come from sky and would come and look at the fruits and pick up the best and go up. And she was beautiful. She was absolutely gorgeous. So the following night he came and watched. Sure enough, she came again and did the same thing and went. So after a while, he fell in love with her. So, oh my God, she is the one I want. So he developed a machination of how he is going to capture her. And one night, as she came here to pick up the fruit, he grabbed his arm, her wrist, and said, "Got you." And the fairy said, "Yeah, you captured me." And he said, in tradition to our culture, when somebody steals something and is caught, then that person has to obey whatever the owner of that property says. She said, "Okay, if it's your culture, you should do it. It's your custom. So what you want me to do?" And so you want to marry me. And fairy said, okay, I marry you on one condition. And she said, "Okay, what's the condition?" He said, "You see this basket?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I marry you on the condition that you never look into the basket." So they got married, they were happy. Fairy didn't go up, they stayed together, and they would, every morning, they pick up the fruits and go to the market, and the fairy go and buys whatever is needed to cook food, and they come home, and it was a really good, happy life. But the husband was getting more and more curious. What is in that basket? He had promised that he wouldn't look into the basket, but he couldn't help himself. So finally, one day when she had gone out to buy some meat and other things to come, they were not vegetarian, to come and eat, cook food, he went and looked into the basket and closed it. She came. She had one look at him and said, "You look into the basket." And he said, "Oh, you silly person." And there was nothing in it. And she said, "You know, I don't mind that you looked into the baskets, but the fact that you didn't see anything is not forgivable." And she went back. So, in the marriage, when we look in the basket of the other, we have to see their qualities, their hidden, their marvelous qualities that usually are not in the open. We have to see beneath the surface. We see those qualities that the other person has, that at the beginning of our love relationships, we capture glimpses of them and fall in love with them. But later, the day-to-day cares of life make us to forget that we fell in love with those qualities. And then those qualities become forgotten and become attacked, and that come under attack and the discouragement and so forth. And then, if we don't see it in the other person, if we don't see the positive qualities of the other person, if we look at the basket of the other person is empty, then the relationship becomes empty. And when relationships become empty, there are two things happen usually, or three things nowadays. Is that many marriages, yesterday we talked about the 3 stages of marriage. We talked about 2 of them, right? The first stage was a stage of blind, romantic love. The stage in which we saw glimpses of what we love to see in the other person, but not fully and completely, and we fell in love with the person by projecting our hopes and aspirations on the person, okay? The second stage was the stage that we began to see things in the other person that we don't like. We became critical and we grew apart we were further apart. And in these 2 processes, as it happens in the relationship, in these 2 stages, what we always have to remember is that there are qualities, there are elements of humanity, of beauty, of magnificence in the other person. And if we don't pay attention to them, the second phase of marriage becomes very problematic phase. Either it becomes very chaotic and very erratic. It is the characteristic of many marriages in which the couple get along for a while, fine, then they have disagreements and fight and so forth. Then there is a period of quiet and separation from each other, and then they come back again and things become normal for a while, and then again they blow out and have fight, and they go back and forth in that kind of a hot love relationship. The more common one in these marriages where people decide to stay together and stay in that level is that developed parallel lives. The husband and wife, they live their own lives, even though they are sharing the same place and sharing certain activities, that at the more intimate level of their inner life and life of their soul and so forth, they are very much alone. They share, for example, the care of the children or the care of the household or the finances of the family or anything. But the love between them, I describe it as a cold love. It is a love that has a very little elements of intimacy and closeness, of compassion and so forth. It's very, very civilized relationship, but it doesn't have the intimacy and closeness that one yearns to have. And of course, the third outcome nowadays is that many marriages break up. And as I mentioned yesterday, in my practice, I think I have seen that about close to 80 to 90% of marriages that they break down and break up is because it happens in the second phase. During the second phase, that process happens. But second phase is dangerous because people think the love has come to an end, which actually in reality that's not the case. It simply is a more difficult defining phase of the relationship. And if they persevere, if they are patient, they would actually, and if they are informed, they actually can go to the third phase of the relationship. Third phase of the relationship is the phase in which, as a result of attempts at self-knowledge, attempts at learning about the other, knowledge of the other, as a result of working together to face the unexpected events in life, because life brings us all kind of episodes that we don't expect. Not only under normal circumstances, children are born, and you know, when children are born, everything changes. The whole universe changes when you have children, okay? But then you have other unexpected things. People can get sick. A child can be born that is not normal in the usual sense of the word. You can have problems with job. You can have unexpected calamity coming your way. All kind of things can happen that are beyond your power. And what happens that if we stay in the condition of unity and face these developments in life, normal and abnormal, that these become the episodes of occasions of learning for us. So we begin to evolve, we begin to develop, we become much stronger, we begin to describe, we begin to discover in ourselves powers in ourselves that we didn't know we had it before. It becomes a totally different, is so enlightening and so exciting that, you know, that the element that is required here is patience, is willingness to go through a difficult time, to test our own capacity to withstand difficulties and be patient in calamity and to see the end in a positive sense. You know, in the hidden word says that bala'i inayati means that my calamity is my providence, right? That's the whole idea, that the calamity that comes is an occasion of learning. And occasions of learning are signs of love of God. That's the reason that we read in the writings of the Baha'i Faith, Baha'u'llah says that God loves those who are patient. Now, for an impatient person like myself, that's a very difficult thing, to be patient, okay? But okay, if God is going to love you, so you better endure that process. And it is really remarkable issue. You see, we live in an age of instant gratification. We live in an age that people want, they want, when they want, how they want, and they can't wait. And it is in this culture of instant everything, suddenly we are told, be patient. Be patient. Because it is through the process of patience and facing the realities of life that we begin to learn new things. And we begin to discover new things. And as we do that, then gradually our understanding of love, or the depth of our love, the scope of our love becomes much greater. And we begin to then enter in the third phase. And the third phase would have the characteristics of balance, of growth, and of depth. And this is a very interesting, fantastic process. It is a new age of falling in love. The falling in love in the third phase is not blind love, is enlightened love. Is a love with an open eyes. And also as a person evolves, as we grow and develop on the axis of knowledge, love, and will, we become more beautiful. Beauty becomes much more in depth, much more meaningful and refined, and it would become true beauty, okay? So it is that process that allows us again to fall in love with each other, okay? So if we were going to show it, to imagine it, we go to the third level. So here was the second level. The couple are growing apart, and each of them are living their own personal lives, parallel lives. I have a lot of doubts about their love relationship and what is happening. But when we go to the third part, first of all, what would have happened is that we as individuals evolve, mature, become bigger, not physically, but otherwise. We become bigger, okay? And we also, okay, so here we have two evolved people. And then, as you see, our lives become more balanced. this become the realm of private area of the life of the husband or wife and that of marriage. And we also find that those areas that were our personal realm become our shared realm. In other words, we begin to share a lot with each other. We share our joys and sorrows. We share our successes and difficulties. We share in education and growth of our children. We share with each other the process that we go about our professional and different activities. And above all, we share our activities in the service, in the path of service. Service to humanity, service to the cause. Everything we share, it becomes a sharing relationship. And sharing relationships provide you with much greater courage, with much greater happiness, with much greater joy, and so forth. And this process evolves, and it gives you a new kind of love, which is enlightened. It is based on knowledge of each other and knowledge of yourself and knowledge of what is it that you want to do and where you want to go in life. Now, the fundamental requisite for this process, the fundamental requisite for process is the capacity to establish a marriage of equals. In other words, equality is the fundamental prerequisite for development of a healthy marriage and successful marriage. Marriages of equality had not existed in human history until now. Marriages throughout history have been fundamentally either of authoritarian nature or of adversarial nature. In other words, either one person in the marriage would control the dynamics of marriage, or the couple would fight with each other for equality and rights. I'm reminded of a story about the marriage in which one controls the process. This marriage counselor was very successful. People would go to him and they would come out very happy and so forth. He had an office in his home. So his wife was very surprised. You know, it is said that behind every successful man is a surprised woman, right? Okay. So she was very surprised, you know, how this husband of mine could be so loved and admired by his clients. You know, I have to find out. She was surprised. So she decided that she was going to do the undoable or unacceptable, is going to eavesdrop to see what's happened. So a couple came and to office, and now the wife is listening through some modalities she had created. And the counselor said, okay, I am going to see one of you first, and then the other. So said, who wants to come in? And the wife went in, or husband went in first, and for 50 minutes talked about how awful her husband was and how unhappy she was. And after she finished for 50 minutes of discussing, he said, you're right. And that was the end of the session. She left and was happy. She was right. Then he came in and for 50 minutes said how awful his wife was and how unhappy he was and miserable life. And after 50 minutes, he said, "You're right." And he was happy. They went out. Both have been right. We were happy. Held hand, went. His wife, the counselor's wife, came in and said, "What kind of a counselor are you? What kind of a counseling is this?" She comes in and says all kind of negative about the husband and say, "You're right." And he comes in and says the exact, the same thing about his wife and say, "You're right." What kind of counseling is that? And he said, "You're right." Okay. This is the first model, okay? That somebody controls, okay? In the relationship, everybody obeys after that, okay? Everybody else is right. But this cannot be the dynamics that goes on. We have to find the right together. So anyway, reaching to the third level, we have to create marriage of equality. If you reflect on the history, love stories of humanity, you will see that all love stories are love stories either depicting the one-directional love or potentially destructive love relationships. For example, in Persian literature, Shirin and Farhad. Shirin is a princess, happy sitting in the palace, sipping on the drinks, and Farhad is a stone cutter, okay? And he works really hard job, going to the mountains, cutting stones, bringing them, working. And Farhad, poor guy, falls in love with Shirin and goes to the king and says, "Oh, benevolent king, I have fallen in love with a princess, can I marry her?" And the king, being benevolent, says, "Sure, you can marry her. All you have to do is to move this mountain from here to there." So Farhad, being in love, blind love, so he starts cutting pieces and pieces of mountain and moving it from here to there. And still is doing it, by the way. And Shirin, this is one-directional love, okay? It never consummates. It's one-directional. It is a love relationship that doesn't have its fruit, which is fruit of unity. And then you have Juliet and Romeo, poor people, end up dead. I love you so much, I love you to death. So the only unity that they can have is a state of being dead. In the reality of life, they cannot be united, you see. This has been the history of humanity. This has been history of relationships. Either love that hasn't been accessible or unity that has not been possible to get. Now we have to create right new love relationships through our examples. And these would be the love relationships of lovers who are equal. And in the context of equality can write new love stories. A new way of humanity connecting with each other. New way of showing how love can have its fruit, unity. And that becomes a fundamental challenge. So one way of creating equality and developing true meaningful love is to learn how to create unity. You see, unity, love, and equality, they are together like parts of a hologram. In other words, doesn't matter which one of them you focus on, you would accomplish the others. If you say, I am going to focus on creating an equality type of relationship, you would see that it would result in healthy love relationship and results in creation of unity. If you say, I am going to focus on unity, I'm going to become a unifier, you will see that the only way that you can become unifier is to relate to your spouse on an equal basis. You cannot relate to other person in a position of inequality and being a unifier, okay? So they are connected with each other. And whenever we create unity, inevitably our love relationship becomes more profound and much stronger. So these are the dynamics that are totally interrelated with each other. You focus on any of them and you would achieve all of them. And that's why, in the context of the faith, one of the issues that we have been told to focus on is the focus on unity issue, because unity is probably the most obvious for evaluation. You really know whether a unity exists or not. It's much easier than to see whether love exists or not. Love is a very nebulous process. Unity can become very, very objective. And yesterday we talked about inner unity, and interpersonal unity, and intergroup, and global unity, unity with the divine, and so forth. We talked about all those. So when we are talking about unity, we are talking about at all of those levels. We are not talking about superficial unity. And we have to make certain that we don't mix unity with uniformity. Unity and uniformity are not the same. Uniformity is exactly the opposite of unity. And many people think that uniformity is unity. In other words, not having differences, not having differences of ideas, differences of objective, differences of approach. They think that if we don't have differences, we are united. No. Because people are unique, they have different ideas, they have different ways of looking at things and doing things and wanting things and so forth. So diversity is an essential issue, and we have to learn to become comfortable with diversity, because it is the context of diversity that we create through unity. Okay? So in that process, of course, another element comes through, which is fundamental. And that element is the element of putting the more important ahead of the less important, and sacrificing the more important for the most important. You have to learn the process of sacrifice. Now, what is sacrifice? Sacrifice means to make something sacred. That's the act of sacrifice. Sacrifice isn't the process of giving up something. The sacrifice is the process of making something sacred. Okay? Which means that in the course of the process of relationship, we have to have enough courage and enough maturity to let go of the unimportant in order to protect the important and the most important. Most of disagreements that people have are about petty things. They argue about petty things and sacrifice the most important for the less important. Okay? Which is the opposite of true sacrifice, you see. So the most important element in human relationships is unity. Okay? Now, here we arrive in the realm of ethical principles also. Because certain ethics are fundamental for living a sacrificial life. You know, sacrificial living is a process of creating saints. Okay? Now, interesting enough, we are encouraged in the faith to live saintly lives. In a letter to a young man, or young person, I don't know, man or woman, the guardian of the Baha'i faith, Shoghi Effendi, says that the world of humanity is, I'm paraphrasing, of course, the world of humanity is going through calamities and many difficulties. And because of that, the young generation, young people, have to realize that the world needs martyrs, heroes, saints, and administrators. In other words, he said, young Baha'is have to aim to live lives in such a way that some of them become martyrs. We see the example of that among the Baha'is in Iran. Some become heroes. We see examples of heroes in the Baha'i faith all over the world. We see them in pioneers, in people who go in far-off lands, people who live under very difficult circumstances and still are examples for everybody and so forth. And saints. We can become saints. And then administrators, meaning people with the quality of sainthood who are willing to administer affairs of the world in a different way than it is happening right now. Because right now, the administrators of the world are really awful. Look what has happened to the world of humanity. And look how humanity, sick humanity, is being attended by ignorant physicians, as Baha'u'llah says. Look what is happening. And what we need in this world are people who are willing to administer this world, who are willing to be heroes, who are willing to be martyrs, who are willing to be saints. So these are the kind of lives that we have to aspire to become. The aspiration to become something has to be very high in order to reach certain level, because it's not easy to, if you have your objectives low, you don't go very far. The objective in life has to be very, very high. Amatul Baharuhi Khanam, the remarkable person in the Baha'i history, she used to say that Baha'is have to have very, very high objectives in their lives. Very high. It reminded me of a story again of Avicenna. I told you yesterday about Avicenna. Avicenna one day asked his son, "My son, what is your objective for future in life when you grow up?" And the son said, "Father, I want to be like you." And Avicenna sat there and began to cry, and cried and cried and cried. And the son said, "Why? Why you're crying? You're such remarkable people, so famous and this and that, and I want to be like you." He said, "Well, I wanted to be as close as possible to Prophet Muhammad, and look where I ended up. If you want to be like me, you're going to be down there." You're going to be down there. Your objective has to be much higher than this. You see, we underestimate ourselves in a very, very unfortunate manner. We underestimate ourselves. And we have to learn how to realistically set goals that are truly remarkable and use our capacities of the soul, knowledge, love, and will, to reach him. And we can do that, but we have to have that vision. Where there is no vision, people die, people perish. We need vision, and the vision has to be very, very high. And the same is true about marriage. When you enter the marriage, the couple have to have lofty vision in order to make their marriage as successful and as bountiful as possible. So, I have shared some thoughts with you about the 3 stages of marriage, but it's not sufficient yet. We have to further discuss them. We will do it after the break. But we have a few minutes. If you want to ask any questions or making comments, please come here and I'll give you one of these. That's much easier. So that we clarify the issues and so forth. Yes. Here you are.
I really didn't want to come to the front for this. Thank you so much. This is a question that came up in our group discussion, and it really relates to the 3 phases that you were talking about. And our understanding is that these 3 phases are really once you're in the marriage, within the fortress of well-being, within the institution of marriage. But what we were discussing is that a lot of these things are played out while you're still investigating somebody for marriage. And because you're not within that fortress, you can only really play out elements of those 3 phases and not in their full nature. And what happens usually is that you either get married in phase 1, and so then there's all that happens in phase 2 and phase 3, hopefully. But actually for a lot of people, they would like to wait until they reach elements of phase 2 because they want to see some of those realities of that other person and the characteristics before they decide to marry. But the problem and the risk with that is because you're not under this fortress for well-being and you haven't made that commitment, that inevitable separation happens and that marriage never takes place. And so our question was, well, is it wiser then to get married when you're inevitably in that attraction phase, because that's a romantic and exciting time to get married? Or is it that we've misinterpreted this completely and there's a whole different set of phases for when you're investigating and these are not applicable to outside of a marriage? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, this is very important because the question is, when you establish a relationship which is heading towards marriage, what can be done before you get married and what can be done after you get married? For example, this issue for Baha'is is very important. The whole issue of chastity, the whole issue of not having intimate sexual relationship before marriage, and then have safeguard that for the time of marriage, it becomes a major challenge for young people in our age. Because in our age, people say, if I want to get married with you, I want to know whether I would have a satisfactory sexual relationship with you. Therefore, let's try it and to see, and if we don't like it, we can go and somewhere else. You know, there are restaurants all over. And we just can go and taste all kind of food. And why not, you see? And this has, and consequently, the whole issue of living together, and many people live for 5 years together, 2 years ago, and, you know, longer, shorter, and then they say, well, we found out that we cannot live together, and we decided to go our ways. This addresses the issue of what is the most fundamental aspect that you have to look into before you get married. And actually that guidance is given in the Baha'i writings very clearly, but it's very easy to gloss over it, okay? The most fundamental element for success of marriage is whether the couple are as such that can create a relationship based on unity. Okay? Abdul Baha says the couple before marriage have to get to know each other and to see that the relationship can be conducive to unity. That's the most important thing. If two individuals are dating with each other and they're trying to understand each other and want to see whether they can practice getting involved in marriage, they have to see whether they are capable of creating a unified relationship or not, a relationship on unity. And one of the fundamental aspects of establishing unity is that whether they can accept and appreciate and love their diversity, the unique areas of interest and capacities of that. And the third element necessary for this process of whether you can establish unity is whether you have the capacity for patience, for postponement of gratification. Because in the context of marriage, one of the things that you learn very fast is that marriage is not all fun and all excitement and pleasure. Marriage is difficult. Love is painful. The steed of value of love is pain. Because Because love, as we talked yesterday, is expressed most in the context of maturation, in the context of becoming mature, evolving, developing. And development, growth, is painful. Growth is painful, okay? It is a positive pain, but it's painful. So, for example, if you want to becoming healthy and your body being strong, what you do, you exercise. Exercise then have aches all over your body, right? But it's a good pain, but it's essential pain. And if you don't exercise, you have pain also, but it's a bad pain, okay? It's unhealthy pain. But growth and pain come together. And growth is a fundamental objective of love. Love is painful. So before marriage, the couple have to see whether they are willing to go through some of the painful aspects of relationship. And one of the most painful aspects is that you have to sometimes postpone gratification because the other person says, I'm not ready now. And that becomes one area, is the area of sexuality. The other one is, for example, drinking. For example, if somebody wants to marry with a person who is not Baha'i, let's say, and believes in drinking and having fun and sexuality, and you are exactly the opposite, you don't want to have fun in that way, you know, and you don't want to have it. You see joy in a different way. You see joy in the process of self-respect and self-control rather than letting go of the control. Having freedom rather than not having freedom, and I talked about that for a moment. Then if that doesn't happen, there's something fundamental is missing. Because you see, the issue of freedom, the most precious thing in life is freedom. Why? Because it is through freedom that we determine our destiny. The freedom that we determine our destiny. Now, most people misunderstand the concept of freedom. They think freedom means that you can do what you want to do when you want to do now, and however you want to do it. But that's not freedom. Freedom is the process through which you are able to decide how you will choose your capacities and qualities and so forth in a most constructive and meaningful and creative manner. That's the freedom. And because of that, you need control. Control is essential for freedom. I have a freedom to do many things with this rather ugly pen. Okay? I have a freedom. Okay? I can write with it. I can write good things with it or bad things with it. I can draw with it. Ugly. I cannot do beautiful, such ugly or uglier. Okay? I can use it as a weapon and throw it at others. I can give it as a gift to somebody. I can do many things with this one, right? As long as I'm in control of it. However, as soon as I let go of it, I no longer have freedom. That's the end of it. My freedom has ended. Okay? So, for example, the issue of drinking, for example. What alcohol does is remove some elements of control. And the more you drink, the more you lose control. The more you lose control, the less free you are. The same is about the whole issue of chastity. If you are chaste before marriage, Definitely you can remain chaste in terms within the marriage, in terms of not getting involved in other activities, extramarital activities, and so forth. You are trustworthy because you are in control of your impulses rather than your impulses being in control of you. So the whole issue of learning how to control your appetites, be it food, be it sex, be it drugs, be it whatever, the whole issue of the capacity to control the physical, biological appetites, the greater degree of freedom you have as an individual. So the whole objective of one aspect of maturation is for us to learn how to be in control of different forces that are within us, rather than being controlled by them. The more you are in control, the freer you are. Does that answer some of the issues that you were raising? Because what has happened now, many people, of course, during the last 20, 30, 40 years have been cohabitating and living together and so forth. And now there is considerable research, body of research that shows that those who have lived together and they get married, they have far less stable marriages than those who have not lived together before and got married. There is ample evidence in a number of my articles and so forth. I have this, and also in my book. There is a book, one of my latest books, deals with all of the issues that we have talked about it is in it. And in Canada, when we hold these events, we have made that book as a textbook for people who want to really go back to these concepts and ideas and many more that we don't have the time here. They have been obtaining that book for that. I put it out here, you can look at it. And one of the friends yesterday said that he was able to purchase it on Amazon very easily. And
What is the name of the book?
the name of the book is Unity of Faith and Reason in Action. Unity of Faith and Reason in Action. And then it is under H.B. Danesh. You can look at it here. You can look at it. Many of the things that we have discussed are elaborated here at some length in this book. And you will find more elaboration about the subject that was brought by that question. We have a break now, right? We will have a break and we come back at around 11. Thank you very much.